script here. There's a happy face, a Christmas tree, Santa Claus, and a snowman. All right, so I don't know what that means, but good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, December the 12th, 2023. This council meeting is being convened. By the way, one thing I do want to stress is because we have, we're being inclusive and we're signing today. If all the speakers, including myself, can slow it down a little bit to give our people a chance to uh, translate. So this council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the procedure bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that, in accordance with Section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are two exits beyond that, those glass doors and to the left. And if the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the four doors in this chamber here. And please use the stairs, not the elevator. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator at the end of the hallway here if we need it. I also want to acknowledge that we're hosting today's council session on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and the care that they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to unlearn what we've learned in the past and learn the true history as to what has happened on these lands. And if we do that, I know we're going to build an incredibly bright future for all of us, full of love and prosperity. I also want to acknowledge all of our team members at the City of Vancouver. We are so proud to work side by side, all of you. To everyone who's listening and in this chamber, our people are amazing. They work incredibly hard and they love our city, and it's an honor. Forget about me being mayor for a sec. As a resident of Vancouver, I appreciate it so much, and stay awesome. You guys are great. Okay, with that being said, clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. And just to do a time check, how was that speed? Because I know we have to spell out everyone's name. Okay, great, thank you. A plan for the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent, 1 communication, 8 reports, including questions, debate, and decision on the 2024 budget, and 4 referral reports, as 3 referral report 3 was withdrawn at the request of the applicant. We have 27 bylaws, 1 administrative motion, notice of council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. So the plan for today is we are going to break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, adjourn or recess by 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6 p.m. If we recess, the reconvene date is Thursday, December the 14th at 6 p.m. Ooh, sorry, did I say that out loud? Let's try to get through that today. In camera. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Great. Councillor Montague. May we have a second? Was that Councillor Klassen? Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes. Minutes 1 are from the council meeting on November the 28th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Great. So that was Councillor Kirby Young, seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the council meeting following the standing committee on policy and strategic priorities on November the 29th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Councillor Joe, and seconded by Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the special council meeting on December the 5th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Councillor Klassen, and then Councillor Meisner. Great. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4 have been withdrawn and will come to council for adoption in January. Okay. Matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have COM 1 and referral reports 1, 2, 4, and 5 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Reports 1A through 1G are being held from the consent agenda as we will deal with them individually. Council may adopt the recommendations for COM 1 and referral reports 1, 2, 4, and 5 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any items for debate or questions to the team? And it looks like we have Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. If I could hold communications report 1 for an amendment.
That was COM 1.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just want to check that we're also holding report 1, the budget.
Yeah. Okay. So, yes. Hold on a sec. That is correct because
Great.
report 1A through 1G are
1A is what I missed hearing.
That's correct, right?
1A through 1G we're holding. Yes. Great. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent agendas? Okay. with me. Okay, so we have referral reports 1, 2, 4, and 5 for the consent approval. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations before council contained in the communication and reports? Councillor Meisner moved it. Councillor Joe seconded it. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Bear with me for 1 sec. So the following have been approved on consent. Referral report number 1, CD-1, rezoning, 3352 through 3386 Vaness Avenue and 3347 Clive Avenue. Report number 2, CD-1, rezoning, 2015 Main Street and 190 East 4th Avenue. Report number 4, CD-1, rezoning, 1055 Harwood Street. And referral report number 5, CD-1, rezoning, 1890 Southwest Marine Drive. Okay. So the next item we have is communications. We'll now consider the communication held for questions or debate. We have communication 1, acting mayors, deputy mayors, duty councillors, roster of councillors to represent council, 2024, that was held by Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, you have the floor. Is that clerk? Is that okay? We have Councillor Boyle ahead of Councillor Carr, so doesn't matter. Okay, so Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Do it that way.
Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Okay, thanks. I circulated an amendment just to strike my name from the acting mayor roster. As I let council know, I am helping take care of ill in-laws just out of town, and the acting mayor is required to stay in town. And so I'm requesting I not be on the acting mayor roster for the
Thank you very much. Okay, so are there any, sorry, can someone second? Councillor Dominato, thank you very much. Council, is there any discussion? Sure. We'll put you in the queue here. Perfect.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Carr.
Yeah, just a question, Mayor, through a point of information through you to staff. In the past, we've had acting mayors and deputy mayors' responsibilities melded into one appointment from council. And I'm just wondering if that is feasible, because it might be an easier way to accommodate Councillor Boyle's familial circumstances.
Sure. Is that a question to the city manager?
Through you to, I imagine, the city manager.
Thanks, Councillor. And subject to any other advice from the clerk, I'm not aware of anything in the charter that would preclude one councillor from holding both of those appointments concurrently. I'm looking to Katrina for any.
Just further to what Paul said, so the acting mayor takes place of the mayor when he's not here. So he does fulfill, or he or she does fulfill all the duties of the mayor. The deputy mayor, they overlap in certain areas. So, for example, chairing council meetings, if it was the same person, then there would be no secondary replacement. It would just be one person. So, it's in terms of
Many in office.
practicality, it might not make sense. But yeah, there was times in the past when there was no acting mayor. Sorry, no deputy mayor, I think it was. So yeah, having one or the other it might not matter.
Thank you. That's
Great, thank you very much. Are there any other questions or discussion? Okay, I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? Great. And it passes unanimously. So, and Christine, please, family and friends first. Yeah, it's important. So take care of your family. If you need anything from us, let us know. Okay. So the next item on the docket is, request to speak. Sorry, Councillor Carr, I apologize.
Yeah, I had held the item. Thank you, Mayor. I have submitted an amendment to this item, and the amendment is that Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young replace me as Deputy Mayor for the month of August 2024 on the roster. And we have been in communications, and but you can ask her if you like.
Okay, so is that we're going to the amendment queue? Is that correct, Clerk? Is that right? Okay. So if we can put Councillor Carr in the amendment queue, advanced. Okay. Is there any discussion? Right. Seeing none. Why don't we put that to a vote? Great. And it passes unanimously. Awesome. So back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, you have the floor again. We're good.
Oh, I am good.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Reports. We are now, we have to vote on the motion as amended. I apologize. Okay. And so can we go back to the voting panel? And we're going to vote on comms 1 motion as amended. We're just waiting for Councillor Dominato. Oh, great. Thank you. And it passes unanimously. All right. Now we're done, right? Perfect. Okay. Reports. Report number 1, the 2024 capital and operating budget. At the special council meeting on December the 5th, 2023, council received a presentation and heard from speakers on the 2024 capital and operating budget. There will be no additional presentations at this meeting for reports 1A through 1G. Council, we will now consider the reports in the order they are listed in the agenda for the 2024 capital and operating budget. The first report is 1A, 2024 engineering fees. Does any member wish to declare a conflict on this item? Right. Seeing none, council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Seeing no one in the queue, move adoption. So that was Councillor Kirby-Young moved adoption, seconded by Councillor Bly. Council, is there any discussion? No. Great. Well, why don't we bring it to a vote? Oh, sorry, Councillor Fry. I see you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've submitted an amendment to the clerks, and I realize this is very last minute, and apologies. I just got a thank you to Patrice for vetting this. This is based on conversations with the, well, first and foremost, based on the Auditor General's report that identified the disconnect between council and park board.
Point of procedure, Mayor. I believe that Councillor Fry is attempting to table an amendment on G, and yet the body is currently considering A, engineering fees.
Oh,
That's
my mistake, sorry.
okay. Thank you very much. So Councillor Fry, back to you. Are we gonna?
Let's come back later.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And Councillor Kirby Young, we're good now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we bring this 1A to a vote? Clerk, can you please take us to the screen? Great. And 1A passes unanimously. Okay, next on the docket is 1B. 2024 Annual Review of Water Rates and Waterworks Bylaw Amendments. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Seeing no one in the queue, would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Klassen? And seconded by Councillor Joe. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, why don't we put 1B to a vote? Great, and it passes unanimously. We're just cranking here. Great. The next one is 1C, the 2024 Annual Review of Sewer Rates, Sewer and Watercourse Bylaw. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? In a sec. Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. All right, seeing none, we will now, Councillor Bly moved adoption and seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. Council, is there any discussion? Nope. Great. Why don't we put this one to a vote as well? So this is 1C. Oh, perfect. Great. And it 1C passes unanimously. All right, 1D, 2024 solid waste utility fees and bylaw changes. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? No. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Seeing none, Councillor Dominato has moved a motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Joe? Council, is there any discussion? No. Right, let's put this one to a vote. And that passes unanimously as one. The next item is 1E, the 2024 False Creek Neighborhood Energy Utility Customer Rates. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Seeing none, Councillor Dominato has moved a motion, seconded by Councillor Joe. Oh yeah, no, I thought I saw your hand up there. Thank you very much. I just picked you because you only have 4 letters in your last name, and sorry, you picked us because you only have 4 letters in your last name. Council, is there any discussion? No. Great. Why don't we put this one to a vote as well? And that passes unanimously. The next item is 1F, the 2024 climate budget. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members.
Sure.
I see
Mayor?
Councillor Carr.
Sorry, point of order. I'm seeing climate budget on the screen. And it looks that we voted in favor already, but we haven't yet voted on that.
Oh, but that's not. We go back. Yeah, but we don't have to reverse anything, do we? No. Okay. Good catch. All right. So Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, I really did want to speak in support of the climate budget. It's Vancouver's first climate budget. I did the motion that was universally adopted by council to prepare a climate budget. You know, it's really true that you cannot reach your objectives unless you plan for it, unless you understand what you have to do to get to the objectives and you fund it. And around the world, I mean, we're just finishing COP28, the Conference of the Parties to the International Convention on Climate Change, and universally, people are talking about the need to invest more, to understand what we need to do to reduce our emissions, where the sort of biggest bang for the buck is, so to speak. So I am super happy that staff have presented us with a climate budget, which will identify the costs and the results, the actual GHG reductions, and that move us towards our committed targets of a 50% decrease in GHGs by 2030 and net zero GHGs by 2050. As I say, you don't measure it, you don't know if you're headed in the right direction at the pace you need to go, and that's what this budget will do. So yeah, and I'd love to move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I also want to thank staff for their work on this. I know that this is a new area in terms of trying to quantify spending. And I think the important piece of this, which is developing an ongoing work, is the impact of the investment of various climate initiatives. And I did bring this motion and these amendments forward that we would start actually quantifying what the city is currently spending. I think there was a perception out there that we were not investing significantly, and between whether it's mitigation or adaptation, and across a number of pieces, sometimes I think we under-quantified what the city's actually investing. And so it can be things that are regulatory, such as new building requirements and shoring up with respects to resiliency. It could be how we are building our sewers and green infrastructure. It can be specifically directly quantifiable costs into things like electric vehicle charging infrastructure. But I don't think we had a real handle on what we're spending, but also not the outcomes. So the piece of work that I'm looking forward to, and one of the reasons that I really wanted to push and made the motion to do this, was to actually be able to have those substantive conversations about how and where should the city best invest its resources for the best payoff in terms of GHG reduction and outcomes that are within our ability to positively influence and within our sort of sphere of jurisdiction, right? So where should we lead? Where should we be a good partner with other levels of government? Where do we see a gap that perhaps could be supported with senior government funding, where again, the city can play a role, but kind of really focusing our efforts and having those conversations around things that might be feel goods, but perhaps they don't have the highest outcomes in terms of the mitigation, the GHG reduction. So I think those are conversations that we all have to be having, as dollars are tough, but we are also facing significant impacts from climate. When we watched the park board meeting last night, for those that have, they had a report on Kids Pool, the 50-year-old asset. There was a capital investment made in 2018 to shore it up. And then we saw the impact of kind of a trifecta of king tides, winds, and other things that hit it. And so I think a big piece of this also is asset planning within our own investment as a city, so that we're both supporting climate, but we're also retaining quality of life and amenities for our residents. And so I'm looking forward, I think, to some more informed conversations about how and where we place the effort. And so I do appreciate staff responding to this direction and bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Seeing no one else in the queue, would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Carr moved, Councillor Dominato seconded. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, why don't we put 1F to a vote as well? Great. And 1F passes unanimously. All right. Things are already lighting up here. Okay, the next item is the 2024 draft operating and capital budget. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Oops, sorry. Can you just fix that out? Sorry, this thing's lighting up. What's going on? There's a lot of action on that screen there. Whoa. Okay. I have no idea. That was the most bizarre thing I've got it. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, Councillor Fry, you have 5 minutes to ask questions.
Oh, I thought we were done questions at the last meeting and we were now moving on to amendments.
Nope.
Am I mistaken? And
No, we are we're in the question phase. If you guys want to ask additional questions.
okay, well, let me jump off the queue and come back then. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Boyle, do you have any questions?
Actually, I submitted my questions in advance and really appreciate staff getting back to me, so I can wait too, but we'll go back on for moving and amending.
Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I also don't have any questions. I'm not sure if others do, because if not, oh, you do, Council. Okay, I'd moved you. Okay, I'll take myself off the queue for now. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, everyone wants to get in here. Wow. Councillor Bly,
Thank you. And Mayor, if you could just clarify, are we on a question queue at the moment?
we are on the question.
Okay, so if anyone doesn't have questions, they can take themselves off this queue.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question of our Park Board GM, Steve Jackson, and hi there. It's actually just a quick follow-up. I just like to acknowledge I did send in questions and or pose questions the other day and got those responses from staff. So notwithstanding the Park Board, I just want to thank staff for responding to all of the questions and submitting those ahead of the meeting today. But I just had one follow-up question, and it's actually related to the fee increase of sports fields. And I've heard over the last couple of days, actually from parents who are part of those sports, or kids are part of those sports associations, that the fee increase is effective January 2024, and their registration already been completed for the coming year. So they're looking at running while it may only be a small amount of money, as you know, these associations don't like going into a year with a deficit in terms of their budgeting. So I wondered if staff had any conversations in advance, and also what considerations are taken in when it comes to increasing fees in the appropriate amount of time to give people a heads up. And finally, what would be the impact if we were to delay these fees by 1 year?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. First, our staff do engage with our field sport users and all of our sort of sport groups as we establish our fees. I can't comment on which groups specifically were engaged in the conversation around on the increase to, I think you're referring to the baseball diamond increases. We do perform our annual fee review at the same time every year, so user groups should be quite privy to our cadence, and knowing that we bring it to our board in sort of late November, early December to align with budget processes. And with respect to quantum, it's roughly a $30,000 revenue pickup through this fee increase, so meaningful, of course, to our budget to make sure we make ends meet, but also recognizing it's a meaningful increase to those user groups as well.
Okay, and just as you mentioned, the sort of cadence of fee consideration and increases, is it typical that there's an increase every year?
It is typical that we have an increase every year. It's typically a much more nominal increase. But again, in reviewing this specific set of fees, we recognize that there's some inefficiencies in the system where there's a number of sports fields that are being booked due to the lower cost to book those, and then they're going unused, which is then preventing them from access to other user groups who may wish to use them. And when we did a jurisdictional scan against other cities, we did see that we were positioned still quite low in comparison, and with this increase, we still are on the lower end when we compare to other cities.
Okay, but given that it is a more significant increase than any other year, there may be a consideration to how that actually impacts the families and the associations that represent those families in terms of their registration fees. Okay,
I think that would be a fair comment.
okay. And just to note, Mayor, the microphones are turning on and off and things, so I'm not sure if we've got an issue and need a recess, but
Okay,
just want to flag
thank you.
that.
Councillor Dominato.
Sorry, I'll take myself off the queue. No, I'm good, thank you.
Sorry, dealing with some technical issues here. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to, yes, I have a few questions. I did also appreciate sending questions in beforehand and receiving. I think some are worthy of asking them in public so that there, is transparency around that. So one question I asked was, as I perused the budget, I was looking for the funding for the Vancouver Economic Commission, which was dissolved by the majority of this council, and said that it would go into the city manager's office, but I could not find an amount of funding for that. I wonder if you could respond.
If we did include that in the memo that we sent you yesterday, I believe, but I will repeat it here. There is $900,000 that has moved into the city manager's office, and that is going to fund the new business and economy office
Okay,
out of the original 3.1 million.
out of an original
VEC budget. So
3.1.
the VEC budget is zero, and the city manager's budget has increased. And I'm just going to confirm. Yes, that's right.
Okay, that's great. So, yeah, a diminished budget. I imagine a diminished staff, but ongoing commitment.
The scope of the work is narrower than the VEC.
Oh, that would be interesting to, I'm sure that we can discuss that further at some point in time. I really have appreciated the VEC's focus on a greener economy and the kinds of jobs that are aligned with where the world is headed. Second question, I did ask because I couldn't find a differentiation for the mayor's office. It just was under one line item that said council and mayor. So I'm wondering if you could just let me know what the budget is there and if that has increased.
Yes, so the mayor and council budget totals $4 million, and that is an increase of $200,000 or 5.8%, which is really the inflationary increases to the remuneration and staff compensation and benefits.
Yes, I know, but it's lumped together. So I'm wondering if there was a if you've differentiated a line item that is specific to the mayor's office versus council, and if, yeah, they're just each commensurately going up over the previous year by inflation.
1 second. So the mayor's office specifically went up also the similar percentage for the same reasons. Yes.
Okay, that's great. I also asked a question about the Vancouver Police Department, there's a 2.8% increase, and it says including hiring added police officers. So given that there have been vacancies and retirees, which of course are, anyway, vacancies and retirees, I'm wondering if we know whether or not there is an actual additional number of police officers that are included in that budget, commensurate with the commitment that was made by a majority on council to hire 100 new officers.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Carr. Adam Palmer, good morning, Chief Constable. With regard to new police officers, as you know, there were 100 police officers added to the authorized strength of the Vancouver Police Department. We also have to hire for annual attrition for normal retirements. I believe that the retirements were up to around 47 to 50, kind of in that range right now, and we have hired 126 over the past year. So we have a net increase of almost 80 new officers during that period of time.
Okay, so there's 100 new officers that have been added. And does that include the replacements for the retirees, or are those 47 to 50 new refilled positions included in that 100?
And I'm sorry, we're at time.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just wanted to actually follow up on Councillor Carr's question about the mayor's office budget. Can you tell us the line item amount for the mayor's budget? As Councillor Carr said, they're lumped together in the report, but I'm wondering if you can tell us specifically what the budget amount for next year for the mayor's office is. See, it's referenced in an upcoming amendment, so I just want to make sure we have the information.
Just give us a second here.
Absolutely.
It's 1.3 million for the mayor's office. Total budget.
Okay, appreciate that. And my second question is about the fire budget. The increase included in the staffed draft budget includes a delay in hiring until mid-year. Is that correct? Can you outline that for me? It's 22 new firefighters, but assuming they're not all starting January 1st?
Yes, thank you for that question. And we were asked about some of those changes, what's in the 2024 budget for fire. Right now, the budget is fully funded for the 22 new firefighters in the draft budget. And then the question came, are we going to hire all of those in the current year? So we will not be able to hire them all starting in January 1. And so what staff determined is that there's probably $1 million there that won't be needed in 2024. It won't be spent in 2024. Generally, we budget it all in the current year, but we could do something similar to what we did with the police, which is budget the amount we need this year and then have the $1 million budgeted in 2025. So that is a choice that council could make. We expect we wouldn't spend the full amount in 2024. So after going back and reviewing for those opportunities as to whether there may be some room in the budget, that would be one of them.
Okay, so I know we've had a few years now of funding fire hires that start mid-year. Can I just clarify then that the draft budget includes, I'm just thinking about how to frame this in a way that's the least confusing. Last year, we funded an increase in firefighters who also didn't start right on January 1st. So this budget includes the full year cost for I'll pause.
So in the 2023 budget, I think there were 33 firefighters positions added. We spread that over the 2 years, 23 and 24. And then for 24, we have this annualized amount of the 33 that were added, and we also added a full year for the 22.
Okay.
If council choose to do the same and move some of it into 2025, because not everybody is going to be starting on January 1, obviously, there's probably $1 million that could be shifted to 2025 if we wanted to use that same approach.
So then that additional million would additional increase for 2025, and those new firefighters would start halfway through the year, or what's the timeline we assume?
Well, in 2025, they'd be fully funded from January.
But for 2024, we're assuming they're just hired.
Well, the recruiting would start now, but it takes time because we also have attrition, et cetera. So the amount of funding we've determined there's probably $1 million that could be shifted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Really appreciate you just helping me wrap my head around all of those pieces. Thanks.
Okay, I just had one really quick question just on Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. What is the delay in hiring more members to make sure that we're fully teamed up there?
Hi, good morning, Karen Fry, Fire Chief, General Manager, Vancouver Fire Rescue Services. So the delay in hiring is similar to our police partners, is we always have attrition and retirements that come out. So starting January, we usually get a lot of retirements that are predominantly unknown. And so any new hirings that we have in January, it takes several months for them to come on board and offset. And then again, going through a recruiting process, it's 9 weeks of intensive training once they are recognized.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Seeing no other, that's all I had. Seeing no other questions, would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Klassen, seconded by Councillor Joe. Sorry? To talk about 1G. That's okay. We have time for discussion. Yep, we will get there. Okay. So, yeah, awesome. So, council, is there any discussion? Yes, there's a lot. I actually, I guess I get. Do you have to see the chair on this one? All right. And who's the? Is it acting mayor? What to go to? Who's the acting mayor right now? Awesome. So I will cede the chair to you. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to move an amendment. Okay. I do want to move an amendment. I'm moving an amendment to save an extra $2.5 million this year with. Oh, okay. Great. I'd figure out the procedure by now. So that was seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. Anyways, I don't have the chair. I'm moving an amendment to save an extra $2.5 million this year with opportunities that our city team members identified and shared with council last week in a memo. These include, and we fully support our Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. And these savings include, to Patrice's comments, a decrease to the 2024 operating budget for Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services by $1 million to reflect the estimated timing and onboarding of new team members. A decrease in the 2024 operating budget line item for the Business and Economy Office by $500,000 to reflect updated information that the office will be operational in mid-2024. An increase in revenue budget line items of $1 million to reflect the 6% cost recoveries from various fees that were identified after the 2024 draft budget. Additionally, my amendment includes an increase to the mayor's office budget by $100,000 and an increase to the clerk's budget of $80,000. These funds will support the mayor's office as we continue to meet the growing demands of Vancouverites. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. The role of the mayor is to engage with the public, and since the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of requests for the mayor at in-person events has increased dramatically. Additionally, the office has made it a priority to create strong relationships with our partners at the provincial and federal levels, and we're often asked to meet with the province and the federal government at a moment's notice. This requires briefing materials, scheduling support, and a dedicated team focused on proactive engagement with senior levels of government. Further, the mayor's office is also frequently engaged with the city manager's office and all city departments, including Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services and the VPD. And it's vital to engaging with key community stakeholders. We've been operating at a significantly increased capacity compared to past mayors, and for that reason, I'm asking for my colleagues' support in increasing the budget of the mayor's office. And to give you a little bit of context, about two months into the being in the role of mayor, security actually came up to us and said we have to beef up our screening at the front desk because the mayor's office in some weeks or in some days are having more meetings in one day than the previous administration had in a whole month. And so, there's a whole bunch of reasons for that, but the reality is the amount of engagement with the public and our team members has increased exponentially. And if we want to do a great job and build this city to be the best city on the planet, we're going to have to add a few more resources. So with that, amendment queue.
I'm not sure there's been a switch over in the queue. Sorry. There was no ability to get on a queue, and I just wanted to make sure to ask questions.
Yes, sir. Councilor Cavan.
Yes, that's right. That is correct.
I have a point of procedure. Just to note that in the previous queue, the mayor's introduction to this amendment has, of course, been on the main queue.
Yes.
So the time needs to be reflected in the amendment queue. Yeah. Okay.
Great. Now, I'm going to put myself on the queue to make comments to this. I'm assuming that's appropriate, even though I'm technically chairing this part. I don't see anybody looking outraged. Do I have to give it to the duty counselor?
So, yeah.
Or the...
You would have to. Who's the duty counselor? There you go.
So I guess we need the deputy and the acting.
May I, deputy? Yeah.
Here we are. Councillor Fry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, first and foremost, I just want to pack this apart. There's some okay stuff in here, but I'm just going to vote against this amendment in its entirety. First and foremost, I don't think now's the time to be decreasing the operating budget for Vancouver Fire Rescue. We know that our fire rescue first responders are suffering burnout and increased demand. We've seen an increase in fires. We've seen a steady increase in overdoses and demands on fire rescue to the point that we're
Sorry,
actually introducing a new...
Can I interrupt for point of procedure? I thought it should go to the deputy mayor, not the duty councillor, if the acting mayor is speaking, and I don't believe Councillor Boyle is the deputy mayor. So can we just get our procedures sorted? Sorry, Councillor Fry, before we carry on.
It doesn't matter even one tiny bit to me if Lenny would like to.
Based on procedure, whatever the procedure.
I'm just a fan of sticking to procedure.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Fry.
May I? Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so, as I was saying, at a time when Vancouver Fire Rescue is being tasked with more work than ever, at a time when we know that fire first responders are suffering burnout, mental health issues, overdoses continue to escalate, fires continue to escalate. We're only just now meeting the demands for that department, so I really think that decreasing the operating budget is not appropriate at this time, and if anything, we should be holding the line. To the proposed increases for the mayor's office, I'm a little incredulous. I mean, I've heard the mayor say that there's more work, but you know, I think Mike Howell actually just wrote the other day about how this council is doing a lot less work, a lot less hours than previous councils. And I don't see the reflected need for this. If anything, I've been frustrated by the extent of a lack of transparency and accountability with operations moving through the mayor's office. And I really reject this need for, with actually no real sort of determination as to why this increased workload for the mayor's office or what the mayor's office is doing that demands even more investment in the mayor's office. And I think it was the ABC platform that actually talked about decreasing the partisan activities of the mayor's office, and I don't see that happening. And in fact, I see now more budget being requested to support the mayor's office. I can't support this at all. So leave it at that. Oh, and I'll take the chair back. Thanks. Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I think my comments will be fairly commensurate with Councillor Fry's. I too feel quite concerned about reducing the Vancouver Fire Rescue Services budget and saying that they're onboarding later. Well, if they've that may be the case. However, if there's any money that's available within that Vancouver Fire Rescue Service offices, it should go to the much needed health, mental health and wellness programs that are underfunded right now with the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. And the need for that has been explained clearly by Councillor Fry, the increased number of calls, the increased difficulty of the calls, especially in responding to drug overdoses. So I would not be supportive of that. I'm not supportive of the increase to the mayor's office. I'm not supportive of the reduction in the business and economy budget. I mean, we had a functioning Vancouver Economic Commission. There were at least some staff that I believe were moved directly into the city manager's office. Certainly they can continue that work I don't believe we need a gap, or we should be tolerating a gap in the efforts to actually move forward our economy within the city of Vancouver. There's I have heard that, for example, the Metro Van economic office has had some difficulty in contacting people within Vancouver around proposals that they've had come forward. So, I think that we can't, as I say, afford that lag. So I would like we're going to be able to vote on this piece of it alone as an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chair. I just want to just initial my support here for the mayor's amendment. As somebody who's observed the goings on at Vancouver City Hall for many years, I would argue that the state of our relationships with senior levels of government are arguably probably the best that they've been in a very, very long time. I know the amount of engagement that goes into that effort, and I think it's a credit to our mayor's office that we are having so much success in terms of working with the province and the federal government, and it's a credit to also to our partners in the federal and provincial government that they are seeing Vancouver as a valued partner. And I also want to just note that the amount of community engagement that is happening, certainly with the members of this council, but also with the mayor, is something to behold right now. I do feel that there are many parts of this city who have been very appreciative of the amount of time and engagement and interaction that they've been able to have with this council. We've been certainly out there in terms of celebrating different communities, but also just making sure that we've had time to hear from so many people and going out to community and meeting them. And again, I realize that when you have the kind of calendars that we have, that it's a credit to our assistants that they are so good at wedging in so much of that community activity. And I realize it takes a lot of work, and particularly in the role of the mayor. And with regard to the Business and Economy Office, I'm extremely excited about this opportunity. We are on the cusp of being able to really modernize our approach to working with the business community and really working across the region. I would sort of say that this was a long overdue change that would allow us to respond in real time to the dynamic changes that are happening in our economy. So I'm, again, very excited about the future of this office and realize that they are in the process of staffing up. We've got major events coming up in the coming years leading up to the World Cup in 2026. This is going to put Vancouver squarely on the stage of the world for people to see who we are. And I think that the work of this office is going to go to some distance to try and make sure that Vancouver is ready for all the wonderful business and economic opportunities that are coming our way. And it will be in some measure as a result of the work of this office. So I am four square behind these changes the mayor has brought forward. Thank you.
Thanks. And I also will be speaking against this. I'm surprised to hear the Councillor Klassen outline excitement for this office and support for reducing the budget. The budget for this business and economy work that's proposed in the budget is already reduced from what we were investing in similar work in the Vancouver Economic Commission before. So already a reduction. To further reduce that when, as we've heard, we have a number of significant events coming up, but also this is incredibly important work in supporting small businesses, local businesses across Vancouver that we know are struggling, and and that we've heard will continue to struggle with the tax increase before us. To be reducing the supports that we provide for them, I think is really inappropriate and concerning. I won't detail what my colleagues have said so well about the reduction in the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Service budget, except just to reiterate that our fire service is facing huge pressures, and we shouldn't be reducing that funding. We have, for a few years now, been in this practice of funding mid-year hires, and I think it's appropriate for us to step out of that and be fully funding each year as needed, and supporting our fire service in the huge increase in calls and in mental health supports that we know are badly needed. And finally, I also will speak against this proposed $180,000 increase to the mayor's budget. We heard from the mayor that there's a lot of work to do, but having been on council for 5 years now, I know there was a huge amount of work to do under the last term. There's always a huge amount of work to do. The work building relationships with senior levels of government is not new. The number of requests for meetings and events is part of the work of the office, and should be able to be handled in the $1.3 million budget that already goes toward the mayor's office. So in a time of looking at a significant tax increase that we know our residents and small businesses struggle with, asking for an additional $180,000 in the mayor's office is I think, deeply inappropriate, and I won't be supporting it.
Great, thank you very much. Lots of interesting comments there. So a couple of things I do want to stress that we love and support Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services. If they could hire people immediately, we would totally allocate the resources. We've already stressed that before. That continues. The reality is, it was just mentioned here, we actually do not have the people. So as soon as those people are there, we will totally fund it. So this is not pulling resources. In fact, we've given Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services a 7.6% increase this year, and we are very clear that we support the benchmarking at the with the Dark Horse report. I do want to paint a picture of what this increase in mayor's budget means. So, went to South by, and we invested about $16,000. I can tell you right now, we've actually secured $400 million in signed investments from South by that will be working with the province, and Minister Brenda Bailey Shields there too. There's $400 million coming to the city of Vancouver for a $16,000 investment. I actually think that's a pretty good return. Collision, we spent about $12,000 going to Toronto and spending time there. We are now the only Canadian city in the running for collision because it is leaving Toronto. If we do land that, that will mean another $189 million to the local economy. In addition to that, 750 trade deals get signed at each one of these collision conferences. So we can be penny wise and worry about 10 or 15 or $20,000, but at the table, we are literally leaving billions of dollars, and that's what's going to make Vancouver prosperous. That's going to give our kids opportunities. That's going to create new industry, and that is going to actually create tax dollars that will allow us to make a significant dent on the budgets of the city of Vancouver. And that's what we want to do. And that's why I put the recommendation out there that we can beef up the office of mayor. Don't worry, every single expense gets scrutinized down to the last invoice, and people can judge where this money's going, and then we can show the results. And if we can't get the results, I will personally hold myself accountable. But I can tell you right now, for a $16,000 investment, we've landed $400 million in signed deals, plus there's more on the way. If anyone, if we could replicate that, those are home run. They're not home runs. They're multiple grand slams. And so let's be bold. Vancouver's a world-class city. Let's act world-class and let's land these deals. That's all I have.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to take an opportunity here to level set so we don't get some erroneous headlines out there. And I'm going to remind all of council that this is the first council in a number of years that actually had the increase for Vancouver Fire and Rescue or the Dark Horse report actually in the draft operating budget. It was not in there for the number of years before there. And Vancouver Fire and Rescue was treated, like, in my opinion, like a second class first responder service because they had to come cap in hand, mounting a campaign to try to get that done. And that was put in there. And I was really proud to make that amendment. We achieved it in the last council by having to do amendment at budget time and doing a lot of shuffling to try to support that. And so it was actually in the budget. So I want to be super clear about this. This is the first council that has actually funded them as a really critical service, as an operating line item, as opposed to them being left out and then having to come and petition to be included in the budget. What we're having here, and I've just seen a headline that's popped up and it's wrong, and that is we're not cutting fire by $1 million. We're actually increasing it to fulfill the last year of the Dark Horse review for the 22 new firefighters. And we've had confirmation of that from the representatives of Vancouver Fire who have stated that they will get their full funding when all of those firefighters are trained up and in place in the job in 2025. We also committed to doing another Dark Horse review or similar, an external third party to say what is the right authorized strength given the pressures, and we know they're significant, or fire in the city of Vancouver, and the fire chief confirmed that's underway. I also asked the question on the record about the importance of mental health services, and we were also told by our fire chief that that work is done and in the budget. Nobody is talking about cutting fire. So if that is the way it is positioned, it's incorrect. What this is ramping up and actually investing in fire, and their funding will be regularized when all those firefighters are hired up in 2025. So I want to be very clear about that. And any journalists that are running a headline right now that I can see that states as a cut is wrong. What this is actually an increase in investment that said both of our first responder services are important enough to be fully funded in our operating budgets. And in my opinion, they should be moving forward every year. So that's the first thing. The second one is with respect to, again, if, councillors want to politic, this will happen in the budget. I understand that. But maybe we can deal with ideological differences and at least work from facts and operational. It's the same thing around a timing piece with the Economic Commission. There are always changes in terms of syncing timing when you have wind down costs and expensive staff hiring up, staff transitions, things of that nature. I think the mayor just made a compelling argument around the economic impact that we're having by better aligning and bringing some of that in-house. And I will say personally, and I've sat on 2 councils now, and I've sat in, quote, opposition, and I've sat on the majority side, that we might spend less time in these council chambers, but we are not spending less time in community. And I have personally showed up so many places in community where I have heard this said, like unprompted many times. We have never seen a mayor come to our community, church, synagogue, community event, business association meeting, whatever the group is. And that's happening significantly. So there's an economic development piece and there's another piece of it. And I think that those components are really important. And this is done in a way where we are still working to manage the trajectory of taxes. So this is where decisions are made, and change is not necessarily a bad thing. This is about putting money where we can actually be effective and deliver some of those results. So I will support it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I want to follow up Councillor Carbion's question or comments. So can I ask a question through your chair to the city staff? Thank you. So what is the overall increase for our amazing Vancouver Fire Department?
The chair, $13.5 million increase, and that's a change of 7.7%
Okay,
for
so
the 2024 budget over the 2023
this is for the operating, right?
operating budget, yes.
Perfect, thank you. So yeah, I just want to remind my fellow councillors in this chamber, it is not a decrease for Vancouver Fire Department. It is actually increase. $13.5 million. That's probably never happened in the history of Vancouver. So let's be honest. Let's send the correct information to the public, because we've seen so many misinformation on the social media in the public. So let's have that correct information. Let's be responsible. So that's my first question. Second question, also very similar to the mayor's comments. I've seen a lot of great comments that are seeing the mayor and council this term attended more events, more community engagement than the previous council did within the month. And we heard a lot of great ideas from the council members, and we bring that idea to the council for policy making. And we even sacrifice our own time with our family members. And this is amazing. That's what public expected us to do. So yeah, and also as the mayor mentioned, it is an investment. So there will be a very good return of investment to the city, to the taxpayer of Vancouver. So I think this is a great, very valuable way to use taxpayers' money to bring more return to the city. So with that, I'm going to 100% support this amendment.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to make a few additional comments. They've already been said, but I'm in agreement. This is a 7.7% increase to the Vancouver Fire and Rescue budget. That's in the draft budget already. So again, we as a council, as mayor, are one of the first in a long time to fully fund the Vancouver Fire and Rescue departments. So this $1 million in this amendment is just simply deferring that funding for part of the year in order to align with the hiring and attrition. It is not pulling back that funding. And I just want to reiterate that we are fully committed to funding our fire and rescue and policing services. And as to some of the comments from the community groups and nonprofits, this is something that I have heard consistently since I've been a counselor when we go to events in the community. They say, thank you for showing up. Nobody responded to us for years from the previous mayor's office. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging with the community. We appreciate seeing you. They are delighted. And it is so great as counselors to have that engagement with people, to find out what's going on the ground. And to the mayor's point, there's also economic opportunities for the city that open up when we are willing to go out there and engage with the community. So I'm in support of this amendment. And I think that I'd like to thank all the counselors around the table for their engagement with the community, because this is not just the ABC counselors. This is a very dedicated and engaged council and mayor. And I think this funding is important to see this work continue. So I'm very supportive of this amendment.
Oh, Councillor Boyle? And that passes with Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and myself in opposition. Okay, Mayor, I think you have another amendment coming, is that correct?
No, won't we, Councillor Boyle? So I'm taking over the chair, right? Councillor Boyle?
Okay, I saw another amendment through the queue.
Let me just collect my thoughts. I'll get back in queue. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, Mayor. I also have an amendment to move, and I just circulated an updated version of it, recognizing there were a lot of amendments looking at that $1 million additional revenue source from new revenue sources. So wondering if I can get a seconder and move to an amendment queue. I am moving two amendments, both I think very important investments for us to be making. The first is a one-time investment of $150,000 toward work that council has directed, both this council and last council, on protecting and expanding cultural food assets and intangible cultural heritage. This is a particularly timely conversation in areas like the Punjabi Market and Joyce Collingwood, Little Saigon, and also the Davie Village, where we're adding a lot more badly needed housing, but there's a significant impact on the ground floor retail and particularly the culturally significant and businesses that exist there. There are a whole range of policy tools that other local governments use, and also some that we as a city have been exploring in Chinatown to better recognize that intangible cultural heritage and support its protection. And council has directed, but not the fund. And we heard from the general manager of ACCS last week that without some additional one-time funds to do that community consultation work, this work will otherwise continue to be stalled out. So that's the first half of this amendment. And the second half is to approve again a one-time investment of $400,000 to allow us to access available TransLink funding in the climate budget. There was a line item that made clear that there is additional TransLink funding available, not just matching funds, but potentially quite a bit more than matching funds that we can access to speed up, to expand our transit priority work. to make our buses faster and more efficient, but we can only access those funds if we have the staff capacity available to make sure that work gets done. So the second half of this motion is really about allowing us to further leverage a significant amount more funding from TransLink to do work that, again, has been directed by this council around making buses and transit faster and easier for our residents.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, a couple comments. So this is interesting for me because I actually brought the motion forward on bus priority projects and working and have had the privilege of attending with Mayor Simcant, the TransLink Mayor's Council, and there's active discussions going on in the first quarter. I think we'll hear back there. The motion I brought forward on supporting bus priority improvements was bus speed and reliability improvements along the high congestion and high ridership bus corridors of Hastings Street, Kingsway, 49th Avenue, and Granville Street. There was direction that was given for staff to work expediently with TransLink to plan and deliver these bus speed and reliability projects along the entire high congestion and high ridership bus corridors of those 4 streets that I had indicated, and recognize the fact that the goal was to improve travel times and reduce delays by at least 10%. This question was asked when the budget was presented last week, and I was paying close attention to it because I want to ensure that this work is obviously funded and supported since I was championing it. And I recall Councillor Boyle asking some pretty searching questions at the time that didn't necessarily feel supportive to me. But what I heard from staff last week is that it was not necessary for an adjustment to be made in the budget. I actually was paying attention to that and took notes. And felt that we would be able to access that funding, and if not, they could come forward with any updates or information. So I'm a bit perplexed, having heard that question asked last week, having heard the answer from staff as to why we are now getting something saying that an amendment saying that we will need this to access the funding when that is not what I heard. So I just want to be clear about that one. The other thing that I will note is that I was deeply troubled by the tendency by the last council to continue sort of going to the candy store, if you will, if I can use that analogy, of tapping the general stabilization reserve after it was significantly depleted because we had a worldwide pandemic. And that is concerning to me that it is an all-time low, and it is about less than, I think, a third of what is recommended in terms of the ideal percentage of the city's overall budget, between 8 and 12%, and I think it's down now. Staff can advise on the specifics if that comes up. But we need to be replenishing the reserve. Right now, we have 1% of the property tax increase that is going in specifically to replenishing the reserves, 1 full percent, because it's so low, and we do not have the financial wherewithal as a city currently with our reserves to withstand something like another worldwide pandemic. And I think we have all lived through them. We all know that. So this amendment troubles me on a number of levels for those specific reasons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. My understanding is we have some staff work happening to be able to access some of that TransLink funding, but that there is more funding on the table there if we were able to do more. That was my interpretation of what was clearly outlined in the climate budget, but I'm wondering if I can just ask staff for clarification. Again, there was a line in the climate budget that identified this as a possible priority climate spend that wasn't funded so far. Is that accurate? If we invest more in transit priority, we could leverage more TransLink funding to do it faster?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yes, so the speed at which we can deliver on the transit priority is actually limited to our staff time. So what we would be looking at, if you were looking at increasing the funding, the 400,000 would be used for staffing and studies to advance the work, and then we would use the results of those to seek the funding needed from TransLink to invest in those corridors.
Okay, so we're doing some of that work. It's stretched out over a while because of our own staff capacity, and were we to invest more on the staff capacity side, we could accomplish that work more quickly.
That's correct. That's what we'd use it for.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. I too have been a longtime advocate of transit and bus speed and efficiency, particularly in a very nerdy way, and was very happy to be able to support Councillor Kirby Young's motion on that front as well, and see this as being in line with that, particularly as our residents face such affordability concerns. Making public transit faster and more efficient, is an important investment that we make to make lives easier for people. And so again, look, if councillors want to fund this from a different source, I'm more than happy to do that. I had previously circulated another amendment that the funds come from elsewhere. Maybe I'll move that after if this one fails, if the funding source seems to be the challenge. But these are both important pieces of work that this council has supported, and they will happen if we fund them. So I hope council can support funding them, so we're following through on the commitments that we make.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clausen.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I think the best approach for this particular item here, and noting the comments from Councillor Kirby Young with regard to ongoing work on the transit side, and I think a broad agreement that our stabilization reserve is not something that we would like to be tapping into. I'd like to amend this to refer to back to staff for to report back on their recommendations on how we would manage these items.
Amendment Q2. Pardon? We're still waiting for the amendment in writing.
Okay. Yeah. So I would I'd like to amend.
So
sorry.
Can we go to amendment Q number 2?
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Please. So we'll add. Where are you here? Can you add? Awesome.
Away.
Councillor Clausen.
A moment. Can you just give me a moment, Mayor?
Yeah, why don't we do a 3-minute recess while Councillor Clausen does his thing? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Can I go to Councillor Fry on this one? Councillor Clausen? Oh, sorry, we need a seconder. Councillor Joe seconded. Great. Councillor Clausen, did you want to add any more or?
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. That council, my amendment to the amendment is that council refer the following amendments to staff and request a report back in the form of a memo by the end of Q1 2024.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor, I'm wondering if through you I could ask a question of the mover of the original amendment, Councillor Boyle.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reflecting on this. I know this is work that was initiated some time ago and it keeps getting kicked down the road. And I feel like some of these places that you've identified are really at risk of kind of redevelopment and losing those kind of cultural fabrics. Is this a sense of urgency that propels this and the timing wise to kind of get it done rather than kick it down the road?
Thanks for the question. I certainly hear that urgency from a number of neighborhoods, and council knows I have been bringing this forward for many years, and do think and recognize that there's a real shared understanding about this work from this council, particularly as we really work to build more housing across the city, including these neighborhoods. So yeah, I certainly feel and sense that urgency.
Yeah, thanks. So with that, I'm going to vote against this referral. Fundamentally because I do see, in fact, just met with somebody the other day talking about their project in Little Saigon and the various other projects that I know are coming down the pipe for Little Saigon. Similarly, Joyce Collingwood neighborhood, where we're seeing the elimination of that sort of iconic Filipino community kind of locus there. And of course, Davie Village, which is also seeing some pretty big changes coming down the pipe. I think that kicking it down the road as a referral is not going to really address some of those imminent needs for these cultural communities. So I'm gonna vote against this motion to refer. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I actually have a question through you, Mayor, to staff, if you'll allow it, which is about I wasn't expecting a report back in the form of a memo, and I'm interested in understanding if there's more information provided back as a memo, it's not actually actionable for council to then vote on it. Is it correct that we would then need another motion somehow after that memo for council to approve these funds?
Yes, Councillor, if the funds were not available within our existing budget to be able to absorb an activity, then we could come back to council to request budget adjustments. And we do plan to do that next year with some of the mayor's budget task force items that we can update the budget mid-year. But yes, if it needed to be adjusted, then would need to come forward as a motion for the budget, or staff brings a report.
Okay, so again, I just want to make sure this doesn't get lost because it has been lost before. If staff are bringing back a memo by the end of Q1, is that later? I'm trying to understand both the timing and action pieces, if that might potentially be later than we're making adjustments to the budget, and also if the memo would be matched by recommendations within an adjustment to make this move.
We can't make recommendations to change the budget in a memo. That would have to be a staff report or council to direct us to do that. Again, if we were able to absorb it within the budget, then we could just let you know that we're moving ahead.
Okay.
In a memo. So.
Okay. I appreciate that. I appreciate the sort of attempt at not outright voting this down, but I won't be supporting the amendment, as these are worthwhile investments that we can and should be making now. And I worry that a report back at the end of Q1 in a memo doesn't actually put it back on our table for funding. You know, I think these are worthwhile and urgent, and now is the time when we're making budget decisions. There are a whole slew of other budget decisions that councillors have circulated by amendment that we have not had the opportunity to get whole deep memos on. I'm frustrated by the inconsistency that we would need to do that on this particular piece and not on many of the ABC proposed amendments coming forward as well. But these are both pieces of work that this council has already directed and that we should be adequately funding to make sure that we actually make them happen. So I request that my colleagues here decide not to refer it back and just make this commitment today while we're making our budget decisions, so we really follow through.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just with respect to the timing, I think that the 3-month difference here is, especially when you're talking about direction around transit projects, which can sometimes take years, I think is I think a time well spent to approach this a bit more thoughtfully. And again, I do think the supporting our cultural communities in these ways are worthwhile endeavors, but at the same time, we have to be very careful about dipping into the General Stabilization Reserve, and I would suggest that giving the time for staff to take this back, bring back to council is and potentially as a package of budget updates in 2024 is I think a prudent approach to taking this. So I will, of course, be supporting my own amendment to the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I will be very quick. So I'm really surprised that Councillor Boyle is not going to support this amendment to the amendment, because during the recess, Councillor Boyle said clearly if Councillor Clausen include a timeline specifically about Q1, and she will support the amendment. But now the promise was not kept. But anyway, that's okay. I'm going to support this amendment, as Councillor Clausen did exactly what Councillor Boyle asked during the recess. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I really feel the urgency around this, and I think we hear it from cultural communities in particular. I'm fully in support of Councillor Boyle's motion, which is why I seconded it. In both cases, in the food and the transit. And the transit priorities. I just want to make note, though, that I appreciate Councillor Clausen's amendment in terms of seeing that this will be discussed in the first quarter. And hopefully there will be an identification of the funds at that time. Councillor Boyle's motion, however, makes it clear that it's not just about the reserves, it's about the various fee increases that could be involved and in funding this. So I would like to see this proceed. We're hearing the acute situation, especially around food assets that are culturally appropriate, but just food assets in period. It's a very, very tough time out there right now. So I do intend to support the original motion by Councillor Boyle, but as I say, appreciate that there is a intent here to look at this work and seek the funding sources for it that will give the rest of council confidence.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think we need to be clear about what this amendment, Councillor Boyle's amendment, is proposing. It's taking over $500,000 from the city's stabilization reserves to fund more studies and staff. And I personally feel really uncomfortable with taking more than $550,000 from the city's stabilization reserves, given the budget situation that we're in for this work. And that's not to say that this work is not important. I think we all agree that protecting these cultural assets and neighborhoods is very important. But from what I understand of planning and the work that's happening is that these this work is already woven into a lot of the work that they're doing. So I think this motion or this amendment to refer it back to staff for more creative ways of accomplishing this work, perhaps with existing resources, is prudent. And again, I just want to reiterate that I do not feel comfortable taking over $500,000 from our stabilization reserve to fund more studies and staff. So I'll be supporting the amendment and looking forward to staff coming back with some details about how we can perhaps use existing resources and existing funding to do this really important work.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we put the amendment to a vote? Great. The amendment to the amendment passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. So we will now go back to the amendment queue. Councillor Claassen, you have the floor again.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'm done with this.
Okay.
Thanks.
And Councillor Fry, you're off the queue as well. Is that correct? Great. Okay, so why don't we put the amendment as amended to a vote? Great. And the amendment as amended passes unanimously. Now we will go back to I'm a little confused here. So, sorry, Claire. We're back on that question. Like everyone's stacking on the question queue. So ignore the main then. Okay, great.
That's it for me for now.
Sorry.
That's all for me for now.
Okay, so do we have to put? No, actually, no. That's fine. We keep going. That's right. Counts. Okay. So Councillor Boyle, you're good now.
I'm done.
Then Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm going to ask that we move to, I've submitted an amendment to the clerks and wondering.
So can I please get you to go to the amendment queue? So Councillor Fry has an amendment and it's seconded by Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
So, just out of the blue recently, I started thinking a lot about park board. I don't know why. But, you know, we know that through various, looking at the park board scenario, the parks have been underfunded to a great extent, and we as council have a lot of responsibility there, including some of the facilities that are falling apart. We recently, as chair of the Auditor General Committee, we did receive a pretty thorough report from the Auditor General on park board revenue management. It included various recommendations defining and documenting service delivery objectives to guide operational decision-making and future investment, strengthening its fee-setting processes, implementing comprehensive fee-setting framework, strengthening the correlation between fees charged and underlying costs, defining performance metrics and revenue objectives and overall strategies. And I think the big top recommendation in the Auditor General report was that the Park Board should proactively engage with City Council as it develops current and future strategies. So I did take the opportunity to meet with the chair of the Park Board, Commissioner Bastiavansky, and we went through some of the unfunded initiatives that they had received at the Park Board. And, you know, obviously in keeping with their own mandate to provide, preserve, and advocate for parks and recreation services to benefit all people, communities, and environment, but also the recommendations from the Auditor General. Pardon me? I'm sorry, was that a point of order or are you?
Sorry, just a point of order about gendered honorifics in the chamber. I think that's inconsistent. Thanks.
Okay, if we can refrain from using gendered honorifics and refer to people by first, last name, role, and title, that'd be great.
I'm not sure that I referred to gendered honorific at all, actually, but we can play back the tape and look for that later. But since I'm not being interrupted anymore, how the Auditor General's recommendations, how the Park Board could operate an effective framework to achieve revenue-related objectives for its assets and service in order to generate revenue. So that includes here in the amendment, some of their unfunded initiatives, the Safe Sport Regulation and Permit Office expansion for equitable access of allocation and reduction in permit backlog, $300,000. Updating the Park Board's special event policy to create a clear policy framework, revenue generation and cost savings, $300,000. Increasing the special events capacity to implement Council's Vibrant Vancouver priorities, revenue generation and cost savings, $300,000. And resources for the Think Big implementation for incremental revenue generation, $200,000. And of course, consistent with the recommendations from the AG, update and strengthen fee setting frameworks with clarity around types of costs to be recovered and revenues generated by fees. Proposing that this comes out of some of the savings that we are now expected that weren't reflected in the original 2024 draft budget of $1 million and a $100,000 increase in property taxes.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I just want to ask a question to the mover of the amendment through you, Mayor. Okay, so Councillor Fry, did any Park Board Commissioner lobbying you to bring forward this amendment?
As I mentioned, I actually did seek out both the current chair and the previous chair to talk about some of their unfunded initiatives as the Auditor General had prescribed for more proactive communication.
Thank you. So you did receive some lobbying from them?
No, I did not say that. I said I reached out. But
okay. Anyway, so did you receive any threat from the Park Board commissioners about this amendment?
Threat?
Yeah.
No, I've received no threats from anybody in the Park Board Commission.
Okay, thank you. Well, so I'm not going to support this amendment. A couple of days ago, I think at least 4 councillors in this chamber received threat from a Park Board commissioners on this particular issue. I believe that if the decision was made really rushed and under the pressure by another layer of the government structures, it is not good. So I don't think it's the right direction and the right decision for this chamber to do under this pressure and threat. So I'm not going to support this amendment. I think it's not democratic process to bring forward this amendment. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Joe, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Just speaking to the specifics of this amendment, I think in really simple common sense terms, the timing of this is off. It's well known, despite Councillor Fry's humor, although I appreciate sort of the note of trying to keep it light, that we're going to have a pretty substantive discussion tomorrow with regards to the mayor's motion to dismantle the park board function. And I have spoken about where I see some of the opportunities being in terms of better aligning, less red tape, and duplication of processes for stakeholders, and things like permitting for events is definitely one of them. And so having 2 special event policies, et cetera. So it seems a bit nonsensical to me from a timing point of view to approve additional funds to expand up supporting the permit office when I think a lot of that benefit is naturally going to come if that motion passes tomorrow. And the same thing with looking at a special events policy and hosting, when again, I think that there's going to be opportunities to kind of better streamline that for stakeholders. It's well documented about the need to have 2 different sets of permits, whether you're a small pop-up arts event that just wants to do a small music event in a park, or you're something as large as the Celebration of Light and you have to go through 2 different sets of permits because you're using street space in that city, and your fireworks are going off near the beach and that's park board. So it doesn't make sense to me to dump in $1 million when we're going to have a substantive discussion around what the future of that park board looks like tomorrow. And I think that there's a lot of opportunities to make the processes better. So those things are conflictual in my mind. And so for that reason, I'm not going to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I just like to start by actually clarifying for Councillor Joe that in fact I had been very keen to meet with certain park board commissioners. In hearing their issues as described by them, I made the suggestion that potentially Councillor Fry and I could work on an amendment to the budget. It did not come from the commissioners. It was my idea, my suggestion that is being tabled. Please do not repeat that accusation or that suggested accusation. I feel very confident that this is a good move. It is, as everyone knows, a huge public issue right now, with statements being made around the inefficiency of Park Board, the lack of follow through on issues, and this particular set of amendments speaks very clearly to increasing efficiency. It follows the advice of a report that was made around the Park Board by our own city auditor general. It focuses on revenue generation, which is, of course, I would believe welcome in this council chamber. As I say, was happy to work on this particular amendment, and I really encourage everyone around this table to think, don't just accuse a body, an elected body, of being in the wrong. If there is an opportunity to make certain changes that address some of the concerns being raised, I would hope that you would consider fully supporting that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also just want to challenge the statement that this is undemocratic. This is our budget process, and this is a governing body whose budget is set by us as a council, and this is absolutely the appropriate process to be making this recommendation, which I intend to support. One of the key challenges that the Park Board has faced is that council has over many, many years underfunded the work that they need to be doing. And we should be better coordinating across these bodies. And there's lots of room, in my opinion, for improvement and streamlining around permits and licenses and more. But these are important investments to be making. And if we're not making them, we continue to hinder the work that the Park Board is trying to do, the work recommended out of the Auditor General's report that they're committed to doing, even if this council moves forward with eliminating an elected Park Board, the department of the Park Board and the staff work continues and will continue to need adequate investments to be able to do the work of protecting and enhancing our parks, making sure that they are safe and accessible for all residents and more. So I think this is appropriate. Councillor Fry has done a thoughtful piece of work in outlining a funding source for these needed investments, and I will support it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I agree that the timing of this amendment is just totally out of sync with what's actually coming before council tomorrow. So as many know, tomorrow we will be discussing the future of the Park Board, and I look forward to the outcome of those discussions, but it doesn't make any sense to me at all to have a request for over $1 million of new funding the day before we have a discussion about the future of the Park Board. So just based on that alone, I can't support this politically motivated amendment.
Councillor Fry.
That is ironic, referring to this as politically motivated, given that the motion tomorrow has, presumably everybody's approaching that with an open mind, and it's not a political motion, but I guess we'll have that conversation tomorrow. I do actually, Mayor, if I could ask you to just remind Councillor Joe under the Code of Conduct, or the Rules of Conduct 6.1B, allegations that reflect negatively on character or any person, group of persons is kind of in contravention, and maybe just to set the tone for our future conversations. Certainly allegations of threats are serious and they should be taken up with the Integrity Commissioner, but certainly not in these chambers. I would hope you would agree.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So noted, Councillor Joe. And if you have issues, please take it up with the Integrity Commissioner.
Yeah, so I'd just like to reflect on the timing. We did actually receive a pretty comprehensive report on this very subject matter from the Auditor General not last week. And it was accepted by the General Manager, Steve Jackson, spoke to it. The Chair of the Park Commission accepted the findings of the Auditor General, and indeed the Auditor General Committee accepted those findings as well. So this is pretty consistent with actually what the Auditor General, which is a nonpartisan office, which is a non-political office. There's no political agenda from the Auditor General, despite the suggestions of some of my esteemed members of council here. There's no political agenda. That's the Auditor General, and I want to remind folks that that is the function and role, and it was pretty clear in the Auditor General's report that we needed to tighten up this particular piece. So that's it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. And I forget, I have to see the chair, don't I? Can I please see the chair? Oh, Councillor Joe. Good thing we have an acting mayor and a deputy mayor, eh? Like this. Anyways, thank you very much. So I'll keep my comments brief. I'm going to respectfully vote no on Councillor Fry's motion. There's a saying, throwing good money after bad. When I look at the elected park board in the context of working with the city, the system's broken. And we're going to have that robust conversation with an open mind tomorrow. But the analogy I would give here is we're literally trying to fix a fax machine in a world of AI. And at some point, we have to acknowledge that the system doesn't work and no amount of tinkering will fix it. And to throw $1.1 million at something which I personally believe, and I'm open to changing my mind, I believe right now is fundamentally broken. I have a problem with that. So I will not be voting in favor of Councillor Fry's motion, respectfully. Thank you. Oh, I guess the chair's back to me. Okay, so seeing no one else in the queue, can we please put the amendment to a vote? Okay, and Councillor Fry's amendment fails with Mayor Sim, Councillor Dominato, Bly, Montague, Clausen, Meisner, and Joe. Sorry, was I going too fast? We're good, thanks. In opposition. So we will go back. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
I'll come back on. Thanks, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I'd like to propose an amendment, which I've sent in.
Can we please go to the amendment queue?
Yep. And this is really, I think, consistent with the direction that this council has been going with trying to really put funding into frontline services that really benefit residents. And so we've seen that in terms of we have the graffiti grants and the incremental funding for the BIAs that have now been regularized. We have more money into additional road maintenance. We have, as I mentioned earlier, Vancouver Fire and Rescue fully funded for the first time, hiring up the mental health nurses in conjunction with the police officers. And so one thing that I heard is that people really want to see the benefits of their taxes and what they're investing and where the money is going. And I do know the importance of these frontline services. So this one is an amendment to enable Vancouver Public Library, who do a great job of really maximizing their budget to ensure that they can be as open as possible across the 20 plus branches, or sorry, I should say 14, whatever it is, in the city. And so responding that we can't fund opening all 11, I think it was, branches in the city, but we can make a start in terms of allowing some branches to be open on Mondays. And so this proposed amendment would allow VPL at its discretion to open 2 branches on Mondays and bring that additional availability to the public, which I think is a great thing, having sat on the library board previously. as and also having worked in libraries, I know how important they are in terms of not just places for people to take books or study, but they're community gathering places. They are places where people get referrals in terms of job seeking services. They're places for people to shelter away from sort of the busy respite of urban life. They have kids' story times. There's so many positives, and so I'd really like to see us start down that path. And I think that this is a good opportunity to start that with the 2 branches. I know that the VPL reps suggested that Champlain and others would be contenders, and so we'll leave it to them to determine what those 2 branches are. But this would allow their ability to do that. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, can we get a seconder to that motion? Sorry, was that, who was that? Okay, Counselor Dominato seconded. Great. Okay, Counselor Kirby Young, you still have, you're good. So Counselor Meisner, you have.
Yeah, as you can see, we're keen supporters of the library system by that quick response to the seconding of the motion. But I've been on the library board for the past year and have seen the incredible work that they do in the community. As Councillor Kirby Young said, it's not just a library. It's not just a place to borrow books. It is a respite from hot weather or cold weather for the community, especially some of our more vulnerable community members, as well as a place for children, for new immigrants to go and use the computers to get connected with jobs and skills training. And they really are almost in a way a community center for neighborhoods. So I think that this is a great start at opening 2 branches on Mondays, and am very supportive of this move. And I know that if it passes, the library board will be delighted. So happy to support it.
Thank you very much, Counselor Carr.
Thank you. Yeah, as you could tell, I was keen to support this and express my support in offering to second. It's a good move. Library branches throughout the city. They are throughout the city. So virtually every part of our city has access to a library branch. They are really a social safety net for people. And we really saw that during the heat dome. I was super pleased that many budgets ago, I had put in a $5 million line item that was supported to retrofit public facing city buildings to be safe places of retreat. And our library branches were the ones that took that up. And I believe that we probably saved lives by having them there, where people who did not have any access to cooling during the heat dome were able to go. To have them open, 7 days a week, I think is really important. And that's why I'm supporting.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else on the queue, we will put the amendment to a vote. Can we please go to the voting panel? Great. And that amendment passes unanimously. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a point of procedure. As you can tell by my dulcet tones, I've been fighting off a cold. And I think because of that, I voted in error on the previous amendment on the park board. And I voted in favor when I intended to vote in opposition. So I'd like to ask for a revote. And I believe that requires us to vote on revoting and then to take the vote again.
Okay, clerk, is that correct?
Would need a motion to reconsider first.
So we have to.
Needs to be moved by somebody that voted with the majority.
So I can move that?
Okay, so moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by, sorry, Councillor Klassen got in front of you. So, sorry, you guys can work that out after. Okay, and so we are voting on whether or not we're gonna have a revote. Is that correct? Great. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion passes unanimously. And so now we will go back to the voting panel, and we are voting on Councillor Fry's amendment on the park board.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Fry's amendment does not pass with myself, Councillors Kirby Young, Dominato, Bly, Montague, Clausen, Meisner, and Joe in opposition.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry about that.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so let's just make sure we have everything in order now. So Councillor Kirby Young, you still have the floor, is that it? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. If I could ask clerks to bring up the amendment I circulated to council.
Great, and can we please go to the amendment queue? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to come up on screen. That's all. Thank you. So I'll start talking in the meantime. So council, what I'm proposing is a modest increase of $68,750 for the Vancouver Police Department operating budget to support the cost of living adjustments, particularly for community policing centers. I previously moved this last year with the intent that it be annualized to support our community policing centers. And again, it's just an inflationary adjustment. So it's just correcting, I think that it wasn't represented in this year's budget and to have that ongoing. And so I'm looking for council support to do that, in particular because the community policing centers are a non-policing support in our neighborhoods. They work very closely with our business improvement associations on a range of issues, and I think that we would reasonably want to support them with this modest increase. So I hope that council will indulge me and support it today.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
So I will support this motion. I have in past budgets, as some of you may remember, put forward amendments that have focused on support for community policing centers. I've seen the work at the community policing centers in terms of their community outreach, their compassionate approach to homeless in the neighborhoods throughout the city, their work with youth and in the schools. I've seen them involved in training around cycling. They are truly community, which is right in community-based. It's right in their title, and this, after all, is a inflationary adjustment to funding. So I'm happy to support.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no one else in the queue, can we put Councillor Dominato's amendment to a vote? Great. And it passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much. I circulated an amendment earlier, so if the clerks could please put that up on the screen, that would be fantastic. But I'll start talking. Many of you know I've had the pleasure of serving on the Vancouver Civic Theatre's board for the past year, which has been an amazing experience, learning behind the scenes of all the work that Civic Theatres does in Vancouver to bring great arts and culture and theater events to our city, many of which I've enjoyed over the past year as well. But one of the concerns that I've heard regularly is that theater rental rates have not kept up with the pace of inflation, nor have they kept up with the increases to rental rates. So currently, there's a 2% annual increase built into the draft 2024 budget for theater rental grants. However, a 3.5% increase to the rental rates, including for nonprofits, was recently approved. So there is a gap there of 1.5%. And given the inflation numbers we saw last year and even this year, that gap is widening. So the intention of this funding is to close that gap. This is a 1.5% addition to the budget for the theater rental grants, not the overall budget, of about $50,000. And what that will do is top up the existing 2% increase already proposed to the budget to bring the theater rental grants budget increased to 3.5% versus 2%. So this is going to really help nonprofit arts and culture groups cope with this regular increase, as well as the inflationary pressures I noted. And I just hope that council will join me in supporting this this really important increase for Vancouver's art and culture sector to ensure that we can continue to delight and entertain Vancouverites and everyone that comes to visit our beautiful city.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm just,
Sorry to interrupt. Can we please get a seconder? Councillor Joe with the 4-letter last name. Thank you. In a good way. Councillor Carr, sorry to interrupt.
I do intend to support this. I've heard from a variety of institutions, small and large, who are really very much affected by the increases. And this is, it's inflationary. I think we need to recognize, we need to support the cultural dimensions of our city. They make the city livable and bring a lot of joy to people, and that's especially important in these days. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, can we please put the amendment to a vote? Great, and the amendment passes unanimously. So, Councillor Meisner. Whoops, sorry. You're good? Yes, thank you. Awesome. Sorry, because I already skipped you. Sorry, apologize. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Mayor. I've put forward an amendment, like everyone else here. If we could get that up on the screen. Basically, this is there was about $6.1 million that was included in the VPD budget that was not supported by city staff in the draft budget. This is an amendment that's basically asking for about a third of that to be $2.1 million to be allocated. There's a breakdown of what that funding would go to. I can explain briefly some of these. $374,000 for a coroner's inquest recommendations, and that basically includes mandatory psychological, clinical interviews, and medical tests for recruits, as well as mandatory psychological check-ins with a psychologist for all officers. That wasn't the full funding that was requested. That's just a portion of it. And that's the portion that would go to those specific items. $508,000 for the jail's HVAC and lighting. That's a one-time cost. It's a provincial building, but the police department is required to upgrade that system. $187,000 for a digital evidence management system. And again, this is a bit of a downloaded cost that the police department is getting from the province. It's a province-wide comprehensive, it's an integrated, what they call an integrated digital evidence management disclosure system. This is all part of charge approval and Crown Council's, not just a request, but a implementation of how evidence comes from the police to Crown Council. $745,000 for jail nursing and medical contracts. Again, this provides care for medical care for those in need that while they're in the city's jail. $307,000 additional funding for the body-worn camera. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. There's also a $297,000 to support the Vancouver Police Board. Now the board, they've not really had an established budget from council. I think it's important to set a clear budget moving forward. And this number is consistent with approved budgets in the last 3 years. So that's in the amendment as well. And then finally, the Tactical Training Center. So the Tactical Training Center, it's a VPD facility, it's a city facility, it's a training facility. It was built in 2009. I'm sure most council are familiar with it and have toured it at some point. For some strange reason, it has been run by the city since 2009. In fact, at one point, for some strange reason, it was under the jurisdiction and responsibility of the park board, believe it or not. I'm not too sure why, but that's where it laid. So having a police training facility under the management of the city and CPS, it's not only odd, but it presents significant operational risks and challenges for the VPD. The city initially expected to run this as a revenue-generating business. It has never generated revenue. It has run at a loss since it opened. It will continue to run as a loss. But I believe there is cost savings to be had here. There will be immediate cost savings of about $450,000 by transferring this over to the VPD from the city, among a whole host of other reasons. And I'll leave it at that for
Great, thank you very much. Can we please have a seconder? Councillor Klassen. Great. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just to say, I do really appreciate the detailed line by line outline of this, but having been unable year after year to see a detailed line by line outline of the police budget overall, I'm not comfortable, again, in a very tight fiscal environment where these tax increases are really adding pressure to residents and businesses. I'm not comfortable adding 2.1 million more dollars without a clear and transparent understanding of where savings are being found and what this overall budget, which is more than 20% of the city's budget, looks like.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I wonder if I could ask through you, Chair, a clarifying question to the mover of the amendment. Thank you. I wonder if you could just recap for us what the requested incremental was for various adjustments in terms of the total ask versus what this is and what percent this represents.
Yeah, it was the $6,130,094.
$6,134,000 and
$6,130,000
$30,000
$94.
and $94. And so, just and follow up through you, Chair, to the mover. So, you're saying that you are not supporting the VPD's ask for an incremental $6 million and instead are proposing less than a third of that?
That's right. There's actually quite an extensive list of asks. We're supporting, or I would like to support, about a third of that. Some of these are downloaded costs from the provincial government and the federal government, and I'd actually like, at some point down the line, have discussions on how that gets funded eventually, because I don't think it should be funded through either the VPD budget or the city budget, but it's, yes, about a third.
Okay, and if the mayor will indulge me, one other follow-up question. So is it correct then that the approximate $4 million you're recommending we do not fund, it's up to the VPD to find operational efficiencies for those items? And I don't know if you want to confirm that or comment on what those items are.
I could go through a list of what some of those items are if you'd like.
But it is up to them, is that correct?
It would be
find
up to
the
them,
operational
yes.
efficiencies? Okay, and maybe if you do have the information, I want to put you on the spot. If you can confirm a couple of those points, that would be great.
Yeah, things like JIBC recruit training, they have a fee increase. There's pay for stat holidays, ammunition disposal, laundering and cleaning contract, salary premiums, benefits, items for civilian professionals, protest and demonstration overtime. The police board ask was actually $908,000 in total. I'm suggesting slightly under $300,000.
Okay, that's great, Councilor Montague. Thanks, I appreciate it. So following up on that then, I will support this ask because I think it does show that council is looking critically at the requests that are coming forward. And we do recognize the pressures in terms of trying to keep property tax increases reasonable and VPDs being asked to kind of carry some freight here and do some of the work. And I think that makes sense. I'd also like to make a motion to extend to complete this amendment. Mayor, if I can.
Can we have a seconder? Councillor Bly, second. No, this is just to extend.
To complete this amendment.
To extend time to complete this amendment.
That's right.
And Councillor Bly seconded. All those in favor of extending to complete this amendment? All those opposed? Great. Amendment passes.
And then I will wrap by saying I do support this because I think it shows good fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I guess just first off, because I'm a little confused here, can I just ask through you of the mover? The previous, the funding sources, the previous amendments to the 2024 operating budget, are you talking about the mayor's amendments, the cuts to fire rescue and that kind of, I'm confused where that's coming from.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, so the funding source is the previous amendments to the 2024 operating budget.
You're referring to the wording of the amendment?
Well, I mean, where the money's coming from, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm just curious what.
And maybe the city manager could answer that. So the wording of the amendment was made with the assistance of city staff. So maybe the city manager could explain that better than I.
Okay.
Certainly, if I might, through the chair, to Councillor Fry's question, yes. So those are the amendments that are referenced here. Is the original amendment that was put forward by the mayor and adopted by council that essentially provided for additional room within this current budget.
Okay, so they're technically proposed amendments because we haven't finalized this vote.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, all right. I was confused by that point. Okay, so that makes it more clear for me. I guess, I appreciate that these are all, well-reasoned incremental increases for various things, and I appreciate that Councillor Montague has also called out that this is ongoing downloading that we're being forced to pick up on. On the whole, though, recognizing that we're consistently layering on through this council additional significant chunks of our budget towards policing, I think on the whole, it has to sort of come from somewhere, and I'm going to have to vote against this on that basis. So I do appreciate, though, that it is well-reasoned and articulate in outlining what exactly the shortfalls are. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else in the queue, can we put Councillor Montague's amendment to a vote? Yes, you can. Great. The amendment passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. Seeing that it is close to noon, I suggest we recess and we will meet in camera at 1 o'clock, and then we will be back here at 3 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
that early this morning I made a statement that reflected my personal concerns surrounding the events outside of this council chamber. So I would like to formally withdraw my comments and probably apologize to anyone who was affected by my comments. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank
Thanks,
you very
Mayor.
much. Okay. The next person we have on the queue is Councillor Montague.
I think it's just holdover, Mayor.
So is that a holdover? You're going off of memory because
I'm going off of memory, yeah.
like an age ago, but yeah, you're
Had anything to say? I don't now.
okay. Great. All right. So the next person is me, and can I please cede the chair again to Councillor Fry? I do want to make an amendment.
Sure, please, go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to move an amendment to make the final tax rate increase at the City of Vancouver, or the City of Vancouver's portion, to 7.5%, with the potential for upcoming savings next year through the revenue opportunities or operational savings that could be realized through the Mayor's Budget Task Force recommendations or other actions. I'm moving a final amendment to approve a reduction to the general government expenses in the operating budget line item of $532,000, and I do look forward to further savings that city team members will be able to identify in the course of the next year.
That's it, Mayor. Sorry, do we have a seconder? Okay, second by Councillor Bly. Maybe we can move over to an amendment queue. Sorry, I was asleep at the switch there. Or are we on an amendment queue?
We're on the amendment queue.
We are on the amendment queue? Okay, so then Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
Thanks. I have a question through you, Chair, to staff. I'm just interested to understand, because there have been a lot of amendments moving the numbers around. This amendment proposes a reduction to 7.5. What are we currently at for this?
Math is right, 7.55% property
7.55.
tax.
Okay, so this is 550,000, I think is what I heard. And do we have any idea where, I'm just conscious, we have done a lot of work on revenue opportunities and operational savings over the past year. So I guess I'm a bit nervous without having any sense of where it's coming from, to just be telling you to find an extra $500,000. Where might it come from, or what, can we have any clarity on that before we
Yes.
throw it out?
So in general government, we do hold some general contingencies. There's a lot of risks, as you know, and many of them we know, but they haven't landed yet. So it would be reducing that contingency. And then I think what the suggestion is that as we go through this year, we're expecting that we will hopefully generate additional revenues through the Mayor's Budget Task Force or other things that we're doing, so we could reimburse that to make sure we still have that same risk contingency for the full year. So, obviously the contingency is an estimate. Yeah, so this would just reduce it slightly and then hopefully reimburse it through the year.
Okay, I don't know if you can answer this, but this is my 6th budget and we haven't kind of approved an unknown like this before. Can you just speak to, is it good practice? Are staff comfortable? What happens if we don't find those savings? I'm just trying to get some comfort with voting on such an unknown.
It's a $2 billion budget, and it's definitely a balancing act to get to where we landed. There are assumptions, obviously, in the budget, and we never end up at the budget. So it's a level of risk that council just needs to feel comfortable with, to say that that's something we could manage within. If it was significantly higher, I would be very nervous. So I'm just a little nervous. I'm supposed to be nervous, so.
Only a little nervous. Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that, and I will leave it there. I think I appreciate the intent to get the tax increase down. I'm nervous about that direction outside of doing the work to identify specifics. I may just abstain because I certainly don't feel like I have enough information on this particular one. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Joe, I'm wondering if you could, thank you. I'm also going to abstain on this, although not on the 7.5, more on the mayor's budget task force recommendations, just because we haven't actually seen the final report yet. And my understanding from the terms of reference was that that was going to be something that would be debated and decided by council. And so as such, I think the proper process would be to actually have council receive a final written report that is shared with the general public as per the terms of reference, that it would be posted to the agenda. And so since that hasn't happened, and I'm not comfortable just writing a blank check, as it were, to the budget task force until I've had a chance to review it, and so has the public. So on that, I will be abstaining on this amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Carr. Sorry, one sec, Councillor Carr, your mic's not on. If we get the...
Thank you. Likewise, I intend also to abstain, and my abstention is based on the fact that I vote based on a solid sense of information about what I'm voting on. In this case, I don't know what I'm voting on because I don't know what the Mayor's Budget Task Force recommendations will be in order to provide either revenues or cost savings. And so I feel I have no confidence in knowing whether I'm going to align with those particular recommendations. So cannot at this point, it's like writing a blank check, cannot at this point say that I feel confident that I would be supportive of those particular measures.
Great, thanks, Councillor Carr. Seeing no other comments on the queue, I guess we can move over to call a vote on the mayor's amendment. And that passes with none opposed and Councillor Dominato absent. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I guess that is, I don't see anyone else in the queue. So I would assume that we are done. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bly, you just snuck in there.
Yeah, I was just waiting for us to go back to the main queue. Surprised to see nobody on it. I have an amendment. And so I don't know if you want to move us to an amendment queue. I can introduce the amendment there. Am I in the right queue? Yeah, okay. So this amendment is to address the issue raised related to the fees, the program increase, so the program fee increase related to baseball diamonds, and it's the baseball diamonds rentals for minors prime time. My understanding from the group is that they did speak against this fee increase because their registration for 2024 was already complete. And note that staff have done a good amount of work in terms of better understanding how the value for our Parks and Rec overall when it comes to fees. This is one piece of it related to perhaps underutilization of booking fees. Maybe our fees are too low. But what the result was is that the registration was reflective of 2023 fees. And I think that in this instance, we need to be responsive to the public who, largely are volunteer organizations that are running shoestring budgets as it relates to enabling youth sport and community. And from this, I think we need to be considering the impacts of our decisions as it relates to how it sort of trickles down and hits community groups and just creates a bit of a complication. And I think at times we do hear that
you know, decisions made at City Hall or decisions made at other groups related to City Hall, Park Board, what have you, are not, are sort of made in a vacuum or might be out of touch with the actual circumstances as it relates to end users. And so while this is not a significant change in terms of dollar amount, although $30,000 is still a significant amount when it comes to our budget, I have heard from staff that we can defer this fee to 2025 and allow the baseball associations to adjust their registrations to account for the fee increase for the following year, and perhaps even a further increase based on year-over-year increases. And I'll leave it to our good staff team to figure out what that looks like. So that's really the thinking and intention behind this amendment, and I'll leave it there.
Great. Thank you very much. Sorry, did we get a seconder? Great. Thank you, Councillor Joe. Is there any discussion? No? Okay. So why don't we put this to a vote? Great. And it passes unanimously with Councillor Dominato not in attendance. Okay. Anyone else? Any other amendments? No? Okay. Yep.
I'm just hoping to request that we can have a 10-minute recess and the clerks can print off the whole budget so we can take a close look at it before voting.
You basically said exactly what I was going to say. So thank you very much.
We're always thinking alike.
I tell you, it's like it's uncanny. So with that, can we we'll take a 10-minute recess? What she said. No, well, sorry, what Councillor Boyle said. We will take a 10-minute recess, at which time the finance group will consolidate everything, put it in one nice little package so we can all review it one more time. It's great. Thank you. All right, so we are going to reconvene, and we're going to be playing some Tetris with this. But before we get to the vote, with a lot of severing, does anybody have any final comments? Do they want to get in the queue and talk about the budget? All right, Councillor Kirby Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I just wanted to sort of provide a bit of a recap on my perspective of where we started and where we are. No surprise, we did have an extraordinary increase last year of 10.7%, and nobody wanted that. But it was necessary to get the city back on track with services that had been underinvested in order to reinvest in those key services that we knew mattered the most to residents and to businesses. I do believe that now we're starting to trend in the right direction from the 10.7% last year. We started this year with a projected 9.5% outlined by staff in the budget outlook to 7.6% in the staff budget presentation, and now we're culminating with a final 7.5%. So this about 3% reduction, more than 3%, has been achieved through innovation and efficiencies while still maintaining service levels. And I want to stress that we need to continue to work towards finding ways to be more effective with hard-earned taxpayer dollars. So this is about continuing that work, but I do think that we are now on the right trajectory. As I said, we are more than 3 percentage points lower than last year, and that is progress. But at the same time, we have some, I think, really good outcomes to show for it on, again, as I said, services that matter to residents and to our businesses. And those include a fully funded police department, a fully funded Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, including investment in critically in mental health, given the stresses of the job daily. We have more money going into street cleaning and into road work. We have regularized now the expanded graffiti grants to our business improvement associations across the city to enable them to deal with that street disorder and continue to support welcoming places for people and destinations for people to be. We have continued funding for the uplifting Chinatown work that was started as one of the first initiatives of this council. We have funding to move forward with investing in improving Gastown streets and a planned pilot for the summer next year to demonstrate what a pedestrian-friendly Gastown could really be like. We're starting the opening of Vancouver Public Library branches on Mondays. We are continuing work to simplify the permitting for small businesses and to remove outdated, excess, and cumbersome regulations. This is a process, but I do believe we are on the path towards more affordable annual increases, balanced always with better alignment of investing residents and businesses money in the services that you have told us that you value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess I'm going to go next. So Councillor Kirby Young, well said. So I won't repeat a lot of the things you did say. I would like to start off by thanking our team at the city for their incredibly hard work over the course of the year in bringing down the estimated tax increase from 9.5% in the original budget outlook to 7.5% today in council. We do recognize that affordability is a challenge in our community and that this is a transitional budget towards lower property tax increases in the future, while still balancing the need to properly fund the frontline support services that Vancouverites rely on every single day. Now, though we will have more work in the years ahead, a 7.5% property tax increase is strong progress from last year. So when you think about it, I know that number, it still seems high, but I want to give a little bit of context here. First of all, we're still in a highly inflationary environment. And so that's just, it is what it is. You know, we play the cards that we're dealt. But also on top of that, when you look at what that actually means in real terms to the, you know, to Vancouverites, it is 27 cents per day for the average condo owner and 71 cents per day to the average homeowner. And you get an investment in a lot of things that were significantly underfunded for the last decade, as Councillor Kirby Young mentioned. Now, as I did say back in March of this year, when we passed the budget, that a tax increase of 10.6% is not sustainable. And I think we're all pleased that to see this number driven down by over 3% this year, and we're going to continue to work hard in reducing property tax increases further in the upcoming years. and our team's committed to streamlining processes and to refocus the city even more going forward. And I do want to give a couple more shout outs in addition to our incredible team at the City of Vancouver. I do want to give a shout out to the Auditor General, and I do want to give a shout out to the Mayor Budget Task Force. They've been doing incredibly hard work. They've been contributing into making this place better by showing the entire city, areas of opportunity. And personally, I'm super excited about what the task force is going to be coming out with in January, and their additional recommendations to make our place even better. Now, we've heard from Vancouverites loud and clear, and we'll continue to work on reducing property tax increases while increasing the service levels across the city that we all see and use every single day. Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Yeah, I too would just like to thank the staff for working with council across many days in meetings to land where we landed today in terms of a 7.5% tax increase, and echo the comments of the mayor that we did need to absorb a pretty hefty budget last year and continue to work to bring that number down, and we'll continue to work, recognizing that 7.5% is still high. And we are looking to the region and across the province and across the country, and recognizing that all municipalities, large and small, are wrestling with similar increases for various reasons. And I think what that reflects is really the need for us to modernize how we are looking at municipal budgets overall. The work is underway to be advocating for a more progressive and sustainable approach, and recognizing that property tax is a regressive tax. It's designed to pay for core services, water, roads, sewer, all the things that are required for residents to live in a city. And yet we know that the expanding responsibilities for municipalities mean that budgets continue to increase and outpace what is reasonable or affordable for residents to pay. And so I think that's what we need to be continuing to work towards with senior levels of government, who I think right now are recognizing that there is a pretty consistent and persistent voice across local governments across the country who are advocating for a tax share or some sort of reform that recognizes the added pressures. Of course, municipal budgets can't run a deficit, so we have very limited options. So all that to say, we have excellent staff who have worked through this process with us. We continue to keep our finger on the pulse in terms of ways that we can ensure we continue to bring that tax rate down while also delivering services to the residents of the city. So with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff for all of your hard work on this budget. I know it's been a long process, and we really appreciate it. And also thank you to the public who engaged with all of us here at Council on their priorities. I am feeling that we've gotten to a good place from where we were earlier this year. We had the original projection of 9.5% was proposed, and that was obviously much too high. So to be able to get the projected increase down today, another decimal point to 7.5% over 7.6%, I think is heading in the right direction, and it's progress that we've made and plan to continue in future years. So as councillors have mentioned, we've been able to refocus city spending on the priorities that Vancouverites have told us that they want prioritized, including public safety, fully funded police and fire department, investing in neighborhoods that need some love, like Chinatown and Gastown. We're looking forward to the pilot coming up next summer for a car light experience, supporting our small businesses and attracting economic development, creating a more exciting and dynamic city where it's easier to hold events, do business, and have exciting neighborhoods, and growing our economy. So And in addition to all of that, refocusing of our priorities, we've also been able to make new investments, as you've seen today, through some of the amendments in our libraries, in our civic theaters, in community policing centers, and more. So I do feel good about our budget, considering the pressures we've been under, the inflationary pressures, the collective agreements that have all been successfully renegotiated this year, avoiding any labor strife and ensuring that people are well paid. So I will commit as a councillor to continuing to work hard to deliver the best value for Vancouverites and ensure that future property tax increases are kept to a minimum. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also want to echo all the comments made by my colleague. Really want to appreciate all the staff, all the amazing work from staff. I know this work is not easy. You receive pressure from from the council, from the public, as well as from your colleagues in the city. So it's really not easy. So I understand that. I'm really appreciative for the amazing works. Yeah, so as mentioned, as the mayor mentioned, we are still in a very high inflation environment. I think if I remember correctly from the meeting last week, the inflation rate is still 6% for city operations. So now we increased the property tax about 7.5%, just slightly higher than the inflation rate. So I really like the trajectory, like other councillors just outlined, from 10.7% to 7.5% now. So I'm really confident with the effort from the city staff as well as from the council members, we can probably manage this property tax increase within a very reasonable range in the long run. Hopefully, we can do that within the inflation rate. Yeah, and also I think Mayor quoted some numbers. I think that's based on the previous 7.6%. My latest calculation for 7.5% is about 26 cents for the condo owners and 68 cents for the regular homeowners. So with that little money per day, I think you receive all the amazing service and which much better, much more effective service across the city. So of course, we're going to continue make that even more effective. But I think with the trajectory of the property tax, I'm really confident that we're going to have a very effective city council for and also the city staff for the residents of Vancouver. And I'm really looking forward to the budget next year. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Much is already said on the budget, so I'll keep my comments brief. Simply to identify, as I think as a council and I think our staff as well are acutely aware of the affordability concerns that the public has right now, and particularly in this unique inflationary environment. But at the same time, what we also heard is that the public wants and demands quality services as well. And so for me, this budget really was about striking that balance, and I think we've achieved that, and I'm happy to support it today.
Thank you. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to staff. I echo the comments that this exercise requires a lot of dedicated effort, and my hat's off to all of our department heads, and particularly the people in the finance who have prepared all of this information, made it publicly available as well. This budget is definitely trying to strike a balance. When we took office over a year ago, we realized that in many cases we had many services that had been feeling the pinch, had cutbacks made that were leading to our streets and environment not being what it could be. I think Vancouverites are extraordinarily proud of their city. They want to see clean streets. They want to see clean sidewalks. Without tripping hazards. They want to see potholes filled, and they just want to recognize that all of our city services are as best as they can be. They also want to feel safe in their communities. They want to make sure that we have police and fire services that are there to protect them when they need that. And also, I want to just thank members of the community who spoke to us over the last few weeks. particularly our small business operators and our BIAs who've been pretty plain with us. We have to continue to work hard to work on those numbers to try and bring that trajectory down when it comes to the tax rate and to making things more affordable for them so they can continue to thrive and succeed and do business in our city. And I think that just from a big sort of picture view, the work that we're doing here is to really drill down on important goals such as creating more housing faster, creating more support for improving childcare conditions. So our staff deserve a lot of credit for all that they do here, and I certainly would like to just once again express my appreciation for that and a commitment to continue to work on reducing that tax rate in the days and months to come. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, we are going to take an attempt at approving this. I know a lot of things have been severed, so clerk, if you can let me know if I get this wrong. The first thing we're going to vote on is we're going to sever, actually maybe I'll step back. What we're doing is we're severing G, J, K, P, and Q. And then we are going to vote on H through R, like whatever's remaining. And then we are going to vote on A sub bullet A as another item, and then A, B, and A, C as another item, and then A, D as another item. Then the further paragraph, which would be another item, and then B, C, D, E, and F as one item. And if I lost anyone there, don't worry, we're going to repeat that again. Oh, all right.
This is when we get into the weeds. I'm hoping to vote differently on A, B, and A, C. So when we get
Okay,
there,
so
we could
we'll
just do
separate
each of
A,
those
B,
four.
and we'll separate AC. So
And
we'll
separate
vote on
D.
each one of those individually.
Perfect. That seems simplest.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yep, Q. Yeah, I got that. Sorry, I missed that one. Q's going to be severed. All right. All right. And if we miss something along the way, just shout out. We'll fix it. Okay. So the first thing we're going to vote on is G. Can we please go to the voting panel? Okay, so G passes with Councillor Boyle in opposition. So next we will vote on J. And J passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. Next, we're going to vote on K. And K passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. Now we're going to vote on P. P, yes. P for Peter. Or Pete. Right, and P, as in Peter, and Pete passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. Then we are going to vote on Q. And Q passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry abstaining. Okay. So then we are going to vote on H through R That's remaining, and to be clear, it will not include G, J, K, P, or Q. Great, and that passes unanimously. Great. Now we are going to so paragraph A, sub bullet A. Councillor Kirby-Young. And AA passes unanimously. We will now vote on AB. And AB passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. We will now vote on AC. And AC passes unanimously. And now AD. And AD passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. We will now vote on the paragraph in between A and B that starts with further that the above constitutes council's approval, et cetera, et cetera. Great. And that paragraph passes with Councillors Carr and Boyle in opposition and Councillor Fry abstaining. And then last but not least, we will vote on paragraphs B, C, D, E, and F as one. Is that right? Oh, yeah, that's right. And that passes unanimously. So I think that's everything. Is that correct? Awesome. Thank you, everyone. That was a lot of work. Thank you, team. And I think we will go to the next item. Okay, so the next item on the list is item number 2, the 2020, sorry. Okay. The 2024 Land Assessment Averaging Notice to BC Assessment Authority. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay. This item was held to hear from speakers and does not have a team member presentation. However, we do have team members from finance, risk, and supply chain management available to answer questions from council. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members before we begin to hear from speakers. Are there any questions? No. We're now going to hear from members of the public. And I would like to remind council and members of the public that public speakers may speak for up to 3 minutes, and council may not ask questions of speakers. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I'll ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. Our first speaker is Tuja Jeffrey.
No. Speaker's not here. Speaker's not here, Mayor.
Well, that's the end of our speakers list for this item. Move adoption. Okay, so Councillor Kirby-Young moved adoption, and it was seconded by Councillor Bly. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'm now going to call it to a vote. Can we please go to the voting panel? Great, and that passes unanimously. So now we're going to go to referral reports. That was already done on consent, wasn't it? Did we get all of them? Okay. Okay, so we are now on bylaws. We have 27 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 27? Okay, so moved by Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Klassen. Okay, sorry, there's some notes here. Okay, so Council, is there any discussion? Okay, so all those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Administrative motions. There is one administrative motion on the agenda today, which is a resolution for screening officer policy. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay. Council members, are there any questions to the team members? Would someone like to move adoption? So Councillor Bly and seconded by Councillor Klassen. Council, is there any discussion? All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Notice of council member motions. Are there notices of council member motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? A reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title and date to the standing committee meeting via email to the city clerk. And Councillor Kirby-Young, yes.
Thanks, Mayor. I am submitting one notice of motion for the Standing Committee on January 24th, and it's entitled Accommodating Core Housing Needs.
Thank you very much. Are there any other member motions? No? Going, gone? Thanks. Okay, so new business. Council, are there any items of new business? I'm not seeing anyone in the queue, so I'm going to make the assumption we're good. All right. Going, gone. Inquiries and other matters. Council, are there any inquiries or other matters? Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to acknowledge the organizers of last weekend's Big Elf Run. We have so many fantastic outdoor events that attract members from both the city of Vancouver and the region. And it was, I got to say, it wasn't our best showing in terms of weather. It was starting to snow. The rain was cold and coming down hard. But several thousand people came out to do 5 and 10K runs and do the route with smiles on their faces, jingling bells and Santa caps that they were wearing during the race. And again, I think it's just a real measure of our great city, how active it is, and just how much we love the outdoors and spending time together. So hats off to all the organizers and the volunteers who ran last weekend's Big Elf Run and having such another great success this year.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other inquiries? All right, may we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Dominato and seconded by Councillor Meisner. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, this meeting is adjourned.